looks like we are live. Okay. Let's go ahead and start recording. Go to QuickTime Player over that. Need to float on top. Okay, and it is recording now. What do we got here? Got something. Slack? I don't see anything new in Slack. It's weird. Alright. Okay. Alright, so we got live price action here on the left, and we are going to keep that open while we play with our options visualizer. So, if you were watching yesterday, I was working with an API that only limited me to 5 calls per day. I found another API that works with options that I can call. Let's see if we go to pricing here. Yeah, I can call this 100 times a day, and it still gives me real-time data for stock options, mutual funds. So it's this is the API that we'll want to use for everything here. So so let's go to endpoints. All right, looks like we got one concurrent viewer. Hello. Feel free to drop anything in the chat because pretty much the floor is yours. If you want me to do something, you just let me know, and we'll do whatever you want to do. So if you want to talk stocks, we'll talk stocks. If you want to see me work with the spreadsheet, we'll do that. We'll just do wherever conversation takes us. But absence of that, I'm just gonna go with watching the price action and building out our options visualizer here. So let's go. So what I need to do here is I don't need Drive open here anymore. I'll close that out. So low latency API documentation. So it looks like they have an options route, a stock details route. Let's work with our options route first. Let's see, so, I guess first I need to subscribe to this. Subscription created successfully. Okay, now let's go back to endpoints here. Okay. Symbol, we're going to work with AMC here. I think this one does take capitals. We'll see. Optional parameters, region, language. I only want English. I don't need anything in French because I think I've worked with this API before, and if you don't specify the language you want it in, it'll just return a whole crap ton of data for every language that it has available, and that's not that'll make the API run slower if it's trying to get more information and data from wherever it's getting it from. And then the region, we do want the US to make sure, because I'm not working with any other currency at the moment, so we'll do that. Required a single symbol, because yeah, this is just for options modules. All right, and let's go to HTTP. And yeah, we'll be able to test the endpoint now that we're subscribed to it. So let's see if this works. All right, so error, null, that's good. We got our quote summary, result, one result, asset profile, default key statistics. Let's explore asset profile, because the asset would be AMC is what I'm guessing. Yeah. Entertainment, communication services, long business summary, even list the company officers. Whoa, there we go. Mr. Aaron, the silverback himself. He was born in, it even has his date he was born age. Jeez. I don't know what I would use that info for, but that's cool that we can get it. So that's just the profile. We want the default key statistics is I think what we're looking for. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, guys, this API is a heck of a lot better than the other one. It has so much more information. Like, what the heck? Oh my gosh, there's so much information here. Okay, well, I want to go to default key statistics, enterprise value. Oh, I was calling the stock details. So I was like looking for the quotes. I'm like, or the options. I'm like, where's the options info? That would make sense. Okay, so options, AMC, required date. That's just an optional parameter, and it would want it as a number. But I'm not looking for specific date. I just want all like active options. Okay, let's try this. Okay, option chain, result, 0, underlying symbol, AMC, expiration dates. Yep, those are just those are just dates converted into numbers. And if you're not familiar with how code works, these are dates, and what this number is it's the number of milliseconds since January 1st of 1970. Yeah, that's what it is. So we have our expiration dates, and we have our strikes, and our quote. Market time. Does this have, so quote, okay, so quote is just an object with 70 keys in it. Let's see. Oh, options, there it is. I saw it. So let's close that. So 0 options, here we go. Options, expiration date, put that. Come on. I think, yeah, it's just expanding the calls. Okay, so it has the expiration with, okay, so this is actually pretty good. We can work with this. All right, so let's see. Let's come back to the options visualizer here and get options sheet meta and purge old data, populate new data. We don't want to change any of this. This is the work that we did yesterday. But getting the new data, we are likely going to change this. So we still want the response, we still want this logic gate, and we want to parse the raw data. But everything after we parse the raw data is likely going to go away. So, okay, so this for loop, okay, so yeah, we want to get rid of all of this, and we're going to start over with, and we also don't need, we're going to use a different URL for this, and let's come back to here. Oh wait, no, it is here. All right, so I want to go to the code snippets, and the host I'm looking for is this right here. Yeah, this is the host, so we would go to sample responses. Can't remember where we found the exact, is there a different QL shell? Curl, that's what I'm looking for. Yes, here is our URL. Okay, so let's copy that and go back to our code. Put these next to each other. So we're going to paste that in, and we're going to replace AMC with the ticker variable. And to clarify how we embed a variable inside of a string of static text is when you have these special backtick characters, that allows you to that's what allows you to embed variables inside of static text. And in order to and the variable you would just call it by the variable name, so ticker here, but you would need to wrap that inside of curly braces, and then outside of the first curly brace you would put a $sign, and you can see this whole thing is black. It signifies like, hey, insert this variable here at this point inside of the string. And then we also need to make sure we add our rapid API key, and we grab that by this is the key that would be looking for, and that would be considered part of a query. And so to signify that we are done with the URL and we want to start a query, is we put a question mark and then the name of the key that we want to add to the headers, and then we set the equal sign, and we set that equal to the value. And the value in this case is just going to be this right here, which comes from this XRapid API key. And we can just insert that as static text. And actually, to clean it up, let's do this. So const rapid API key is equal to a string, which is that, and then we can insert this here, and it's much more readable that way. And yeah, let's make, I hate it when stuff wraps around, so I'm actually also going to get the base, or the host, and I want to make sure I do that properly, so it ends at rapidapi.com for the host. Okay. Now we'll take this out, replace it with host, and then we need to create a variable for the host. It's a string that just says that. So we have the host, so we start with this, tag this onto it, and this would be the endpoint. Because this will actually also be useful, because we could probably in the future, if we need to, extend this function into something a bit more utilitarian, so that way we can have variables for like everything. So that's our endpoint just for this use case, but this endpoint might be variable depending on the context we want to use it in. So we have host endpoint ticker, and then let's do options, or not options, that's bad for the context, let's say headers. And headers can be plural, so we're going to make this into an array, and it's going to just be an array of strings that are like that. Okay, and so then the URL that we're going to fetch, sorry, Twitter's going off right now, and looks like we're at 49:01. Let's zoom out here, see where we're at. Let's go to the 5-minute. 30-minute. Oh, that's too far. Okay, so on the 5-minute candle, yeah. So this is what we're looking at for the entire day right now. And it looks like 48.12 that we hit in the morning is still the low of the day. So hopefully let's just bounce right back up and see where it takes us. All right, so let's go back to the 1 minute here. 49.03. So yeah, we're just battling it out at 49 right now. Looks like we got some Ortex tweets. Is this account following Ortex even? Yeah, it is. Okay, so AMC, exchange reported short interest. For May 28th, the exchange is reporting short interest in AMC as 102.3 million shares. This is a larger number than expected and indicates a higher than anticipated short interest in AMC. That's good for our thesis. So we're going to retweet that out. All right, and they continue on this thread saying the unexpectedly high short interest implies that the shares returned in this period were atypically not shorted shares, but instead shares that were borrowed but not shorted. So what they're talking about is let's see, for May 28th. May 28th, let's see what that would have been. So May 28th. So yeah, and this was like for our initial run up. That's good. We still, the SEC still has yet to report numbers for this really big one that we had last week, but we'll see what happens. But in either case, it was higher than it was still higher than expected after this period. So that trend I think will likely continue, and it will strengthen our thesis. All right. Options visualizer. Okay, so the URL here would be a string where we would have the host, the endpoint, the ticker, and we shouldn't have the slashes here. We do want to have the slash right in here. So we have the host, the endpoint, and then the ticker, and essentially all of these delimiters, the separators between these, we want to keep those out of the initial strings themselves just to keep it consistent and clean to read. The ticker, and then we have our headers, but we want to join all of our headers together. So we would do headers dot join, and we want to join them with an ampersand, and that will give us a proper URL to fetch with. And that way, a few more lines of code, but it's super readable, and it's also really easy to swap things in and out as we need to. All right, let's come back to the 1 minute here. Let's see. Yeah, that's literally just like a 3-cent difference between the bottom here and here. So it looks like we have a double bottom forming up. Just need to get above that point of resistance. See what happens. All right. Okay, so we got our URL now. No, Matt Core's just. Geez, what are these guys like? Twitter's really hopping today. Yeah, Matt Core's just retweeted Ortex. Trey tweeted a GIF. Is he going like Super Saiyan or something? I don't know. I've never watched Dragon Ball Z. I've been told that I should, I don't even know where you would watch that. So I guess that was like Cartoon Network back in the day, but I don't know who Cartoon Network's owned by. Probably on Hulu, I guess. All right, options visualizer. Let's come back. Okay, and then we would have our response, our initial response, and then response get content text would be our raw data that we are looking for. So let's go to the results here. Okay. And then we have console log raw data. And then the first object that we have inside of the raw data itself is called the options chain. So let's destructure that out of the raw data. Yeah, so we have options chain equals raw data. And come back to here, option chain. Very important to note there. Option chain, singular. And option chain is an object itself with two items, with result and error. And actually we can just destructure raw data dot option chain itself, since option chain should always exist if we have a response and raw data. And then we can just destructure the results and the error. Result singular, error null. Okay, result singular. And then since it is giving us an error, we want to do if not error. Then we want to, yeah, if not error, we want to do all this stuff. Otherwise, we just want to we actually want to throw an error in both places, or throw new error. And the error message, just want to have that in one place here. So let's do, yeah. The new error would be error getting options data with the response. And we want to do the same thing here, or in the else statement here. Oh, we're making another retest of $50. It looks like that's what we're heading towards. Let's zoom in here. Let's see what it does. Was that $50 or $49.50? Either way. Okay. And actually, since this is repeated, oh, we want to actually console log the error in this case. And since let's get an error handler. So let's add a new script file and say. And let's just call this utilities, or utils. And let's call this function handle error. And handle error takes in an error. That's what it will do. And what it will do is it will console log. Well, actually, let's have it take in a message and an error. message error, and it's going to console log. Well, actually, we can just make the message include the error itself. So it'll just take in a single message, and it will just console log the message, and then it will throw a new error using the message. All right. So now we have handle error built out for us. So now we can come here and we can just say handle error and pass in the message, and that's not an object, so we can just define it right in here. Oh, there we go. And this would be error. And then this one would say response. And let's make these error messages different. So there's an error getting options data, and then error getting options response. So that way we can differentiate between those two breaking points. Will cup and handle here, maybe? Let's get the breakout. Okay. Oh, we have 2 concurrent viewers now. Hey, to our new person. So just to give you, get you up to speed with where we're at. So we're watching the AMC live price action right here, and at the same time, I'm building out a Google sheet so we can visualize kind of where we can expect future volume to come in, and especially just predict like at what levels we might begin to see a gamma squeeze on each week. And we are using Google Sheets to do that. And Google Sheets, not a lot of people know this, but you can actually put in custom code with Google Sheets, so you can automate a whole crap ton of stuff. So that's what we're doing. If you've got any questions about stocks or spreadsheets, feel free to use the chat. I'm watching it. It's pretty quiet right now, but the floor is yours. If you want to take this stream in a different direction, like really, it's not just me. It's us. Like we'll be hanging out. Just think of it as like we're all in the same car and I'm just driving, but if you want to drive somewhere else, then just let me know and we'll go somewhere else. So hi. All right. Or if you just want to know a bit more about me and you just want to chat, we can do that too. So all right. Let's continue. Okay, so raw data option chain, we have the result. We've handled our error because we're going to do all that. I'm going to have a few text messages coming in. I'm hanging out with my high school buddies tonight. We haven't seen each other in like 10 years. So, alrighty. And actually need to move this back. Move this back, move this back one, and move that right there. Here we go. Okay, so we're going to do all this stuff if there is no error or if the error is null, which here the error is null because it was successful. Otherwise, we're going to do stuff with the result that we got. All right. So, what do we have with our result? So our result has underlying symbol, expiration dates, strikes, and has many options. I don't know what a mini option is. If you guys know what a mini option is and you're you can expand on that, that'd be great. I've actually never I haven't traded in options yet. I'm kind of waiting until after the squeeze to start doing that. But I definitely understand options and how they relate to a gamma squeeze. So I understand the underlying fundamentals of options. I just don't have experience trading in them. So, all right. So we have quote and then we have options. That's what we want to look at. So we have result, and result is an array with just one result. So so if not error, then what we are going to do is we are going to destructure, and we want to get the options. We want to get the options from this first result, which is, so we would reference result, and it's an array, and we want to grab the first thing inside that array, and so we use a 0 because arrays are on a 0-based index, so you start counting from 0 instead of 1. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and it just signifies their position inside of the array. So result 0, so result 0, and then yes, options plural. You got to make sure you have it spelled exactly the same when you're destructuring. All right, and then options itself is an array with one item. Okay, and since options is an array itself, it's an array with one item. How would we see that? So it's an array 0, and the 0 itself is the options object. So options is actually result 0, options 0. That's what, but it's not called options. It's just an object that contains all these. So instead of destructuring, we're just going to call it a variable. Okay. And so the options has an expiration date, many options, calls, puts, and each call and each put. So actually, since we just care about the calls and the puts, we'll do it that way. So, all right, so we're just going to destructure calls and puts from options. That's what we have. All right, come on. All right, and then calls and puts are arrays. So we want to loop through each one. So we are going to okay, here's what we can do to make this make sense, because we do want to specify the option type. We are going to loop through the keys. We're going to essentially loop through the object. And how you loop through an object is you turn it into an array. So for const, and then the first thing would be key, and then data of object, and this is an object is a keyword with a capital O for a built-in JavaScript object that you can use, and entries will convert the object into an array, and we can call this options again. So for key data of object entries options, if the key an array calls puts, is that what it was? Yep, calls, puts, and then these need to be their own separate strings. Put that inside of an array, and then if this array includes the key, so if essentially if the current key that we're looping through is equal to calls or puts, then we're going to do stuff with it. We're going to do stuff with the data. I don't like data. But that's really what it is. Data's too broad, so I'll just say option data. There we go. So, because yeah, that way if we use data anywhere else, I hate the variable name data. Really hate it. Okay, come on. Come on. Okay, so if calls puts includes the key, then what we are going to do is loop through the option data for const option of option data and an option is one of these. Oh, clicked it, just gotta wait for it to expand. There we go. So each object is a single option, and let's see. So yeah, we just need to. Okay, great. And this is where we can build our row. So row is equal to an array. And inside the row, we want these columns. So I think I can actually just copy this. That's cool. Okay. Sounds good. So now we can destructure option. And option all of this, we'll just copy it over, and then we'll just get rid of the values to get the keys. Wait, can I do? Okay, cool, I can. So if I come up through here, I can use some keyboard magic to select multiple rows at the same time. And there we go. Okay, put a comma at the end of each of these. Oh, contract symbol starts with that. Put a comma at the end, and then it's happy now. All right. So now, oh, what did I do? Let's come up through here. All right, and now the row, we can just put the expiration, so the date, the date is equal to a new date dot, how do we parse dates again? I always get confused with dates. Oh, we broke $50. Let's zoom out here. Yeah, it looks like we are ripping. Let's come to this. This is exciting. Let's hope it just keeps ripping. That's what I'm hoping for. Let me move to the 5-minute to. There we go. All right, so let me zoom out to 15 minutes. because I've heard that there is a wedge if I zoom out far enough. Yeah, there we go. So let's establish a array from 776 to there. Because yeah, we want to see if we can get a breakout above the wedge. Looks like we're just coming back up to test it. I would actually, this looks like just a major bull flag right here, a multi-day bull flag. That'd be really cool. All right, and then this is the bottom of that. 3560 comes to there. Okay. And look at that. Beautiful. So, yeah, we're just in a perfectly parallel downward channel. So if we use the parallel tool, we'll be able to see that parallel. So let's zoom into just this here. Put it right there. There. Come on. Let me put this right there. And the parallel goes both ways, so we'll just delete that. And let's just do a trend line here to show that we are in a downward channel. And eventually we'll get a breakout. Oh, hello. And maybe the downward, the flag, let's put it right there. Because yeah, that looks much more parallel now. All right. So yeah, hopefully we come up to this line, we break out of it, and then break out of the wedge as well. So that's what we're looking at for AMC. But yeah, we're still hanging around $50. All right. Let's come back to this. Yeah, I was looking for date JavaScript. MDN is our friend. Okay. So we have date parse. Parse is a string representation of the date and returns the number of milliseconds. So I want the opposite of parse. Because toString returns a string representing the specified date object. Yeah, let's check to see what toString does for its options. New date, event toString, expected output has that. Formatting options, does it take options? Day. Okay, so that's the format it puts it in. Man, I wish I could use like, actually, let's check. Moment, Google Apps Script. Because yeah, if we can install third-party libraries in AppScript, that'd be great. Stack Overflow. Answers. Using external JavaScript library is not so easy. Depending on the context in which you want to use it, the approach will be different. I didn't try it in client JavaScript. I'm not sure casual but I found this post that shows a possible way to include it in a Google script library that a user has built, and if I read the post, it seems to work. The user is a Google developer, so he knows for sure what he's talking about. Let's try this. Make sure you associate moment.js in the script before executing. Okay. So, moment load. That's the question. Okay. You can include moment.js in an external dependency and use it inside a Google Apps Script project. Okay, okay. They're using eval though. That's a bad thing. Associate moment.js and scripts. So how do I associate association Google Apps Script? What was that? Oh. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Because yeah, if I can figure out how to use third-party libraries, that would be amazing. Let's go to moment.js itself. Moment.js. Let's see, download with locales. Install. Okay. Docs. Using moment node browser script, which is just moment.js. Require.js. Here, Browserify, Webpack, TypeScript, System, Other. Plugins, maybe it's down there. Let me come back to this, see how this guy did it. Yeah, the minified. I'll get that. So, moment min. I don't want to sign into that. Let's see. This was the home. Would this literally be it? If I copy that URL, come back to here, download. Okay, and that's this. Okay. So the min is different. Yeah, I think I do want the minified version. Nah, I don't want to. eval, because yeah, I'd be fine with just copying this over if it didn't include eval. Oh, and he's referring to this article. Okay. Most people try to use the library of the candidate in 48. Library is pretty dated. It's eval. Any other with Google Apps scripts. Yeah, let's copy this over. JS. Oh, yes, this is what I'm looking for. Oh, they need to use eval because it executes the code. Okay, that makes sense. So, I want to copy the URL, come here. Okay, so come to this. Yeah, let's just run a test. See if it works. Ooh, yeah, let's cancel. Okay. Let's run here. So function test equal to that logger log date. Okay, and I want to make sure I have the latest library here, copied URL. And let's get that. Cool. And now let's save, and error, syntax error at unexpected identifier, line 36. Oh. Let's try to save the whole thing. It should be fine. No, it needs me to save it. Crap. Alright, fine. So we just do that, and it doesn't like this either. Okay, I'm just gonna comment this out. Okay, now I should be able to test. So test, run. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. You can use moment. All right. So now that we know we can use moment, let's take that into our get options. And when we get options, first thing we want to do is fetch is import moment. Import moment.js. And let's see, in the test, did we have to save it to a variable? Nope, moment is just now embedded. Okay, cool. So now we can just reference it anywhere. Okay, so now let's come here. And let's make this look all clean. So change volume, open interest bid, ask, contract size, expiration, last trade date, implied volatility is in the money, and that is the option itself. Move all this over. All right. Okay, so date is, instead of a new date, it is just going to be moment, and we are going to feed it the, where is it? The expiration. And feed it the expiration, and then we're going to format it the way that we want, which with moment.js, want to go to the docs, using moment, manipulate display. Format string, this is what we want. We want the numbers. So I want M, I want double M, that's what I want, double capital M, and then I want double D, and then I want Y for year. So let's come back to this. So this takes in a string, it should be mm/dd/year, year, one more y. Come there, and so now we can replace date with date. The type is the key, because the key will either be calls, puts, hold up, okay. Then we'll declare that up here, so let's say types, option types. Is an array is, and actually we want to declare this outside of the loop. So calls is equal to call, and then puts is equal to puts. And then the option type, this is where we would want to declare the option type itself. And the option type is option types key. The option type goes there. The symbol itself, everything we're going to assume at the moment is just going to be under a single symbol. We'll worry about that later. Trey just tweeted about a downtrend break, which we've been watching here. Okay. Yeah. Come on. Yeah, we just gotta keep going up. We are getting actually close to the parallel breakout. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So yeah, if we can break out of this downward channel right here, then we could see like we will need our next significant level of breakout for today. Let's put a horizontal line. So yeah, we've broken above this, we've established that as a precedent. Yeah, it looks like we're dropping back below it, so we'll need to break above this. So we'll look at a retest of $50.80. All right. Okay. Back to this. So, date option type, the strike. Hold on, I'm thinking about maybe adding the symbol back in. Nah, yeah, we won't worry about it right now. Okay, and then the strike is very simple. We just take the strike, and the rest of this should be pretty easy. So we can just go to last price, the bid. And the reason why we are putting this in an array instead of spreading it is because these do need to be in an explicit order on the sheet. So we have the ask. Don't need open interest. Yeah, that will be important. The volume. Volume, change, percent change, and implied volatility. And then it already has an in the money, so let's just add that. So Contract symbol, strike, currency, last price. Yeah, we definitely don't need the currency. I don't think we'll need that, like, ever. Contract size. We'll add that and we'll see if it's useful. But essentially, what I want to do is just take all of this. Yeah, we'll actually add the symbol in, so. Or contract symbol, what does that, what's the value of that even here? Oh, gross, yeah, no, we'll be good with that. Contract size, oh yeah, we don't need the contract size either. Expiration, last trade date, implied volatility. Okay, so let's come back to this. So we don't need the last trade date. We don't need the contract size. We don't need the contract symbol. And what's last price? Last price is 49.2, which is different than the strike. We won't be tracking that. Percent change, volume. What does volume look like? Volume 16. I don't know what volume is for that. And honestly, I don't think we need the bid and the ask either, because because what we are really looking for is just the strike is the date, the strike price. I don't even think we need to change in the percent change for our purposes right now. Open interest, expiration. We do need the expiration to get the date. Implied volatility. I don't think we need that at the moment either. Strike, open interest, expiration, and in the money. Those are really the only ones I'm interested in. So if you disagree, let me know in the chat. Okay, so, oh, we do need the option type as well, which we have there. Strike, we don't need last price, we don't need the bid or the ask. Open interest, volume, change, percent change, and implied volatility, so we can get rid of the rest of this too. Alright, so it's really just these four things. Oh, and then in the money. We'll put that in there. That is our row. So let's go and adjust our options visualizer to make sure that we have the date, the option type, date, option type, strike, and open interest. Why did I have symbol there? Actually, yeah, I like this idea. So let me, because we know the symbol. The symbol would be the ticker here. So we can just add ticker to this, because that way we can compile a whole crap ton of options if we want to at a later date. Because date will be common for everything. The option type will also be common. But we're doing this by symbol instead of date, so we'll have that first. So we'll have our symbol, our date, option type, then our strike, last bid, ask. Well, since we're getting all the data and we're just gonna dump it in here anyways, then yeah, let's do that. Give me 1 sec, I gotta answer a text message that my wife sent me. Okay, My wife's just trying to find me, help me find a new job. Let's see. Come back to here. Yeah, okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take all of this and we are gonna put it into here. All right, I like this. Get rid of the values. We just want the, okay. And then contract symbol. Okay. Delete selected rows, put all of these together. Oh, come on. And we are going to get rid of our quotation marks. So we want to do a regex replace. And the text we are replacing would be A2 for this specific cell. The regular expression, matching instances in text will be replaced. We want to replace all double quotes. Oh, do I need to have an escape character there if I want to do double quote? Oh gosh. Actually, I have a better idea. Let me take this. Let's go to utils. Have fun. And then, yes, much faster. You can just select all of the double quotes here, take that out, come to there, take out the colons, and then can just get rid of that symbol and percent change. Open interest, and then contract size, expiration, last trade date, implied volatility, and whether or not it is in the money. And then let's just capitalize the rest of these to get our column headers. Volume. Change, last price, currency, we need a space on last price, and strike. Okay. Alright, so now we can copy this, cut it out, and come to here. Yeah, let's actually just get rid of all of it. I'll probably need to add a few more columns. Let's see how many columns exactly. 15 columns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 3. I want to add 3 columns to the right. There we go. Now, can take this, undo the formatting. Holy shoot, we are moving on AMC. AMC is making a move. We are making the retest. Let's go. Let's go. Ooh, buddy. This will actually probably be a bit more fun to watch on the 15-minute chart. See a thick green candle there. Yeah. Okay. All right, so we broke clear out of this. The next thing that we're going to be testing is 5181. Let's go. Let's do this. Come on. 5173. Ooh, buddy. Come on. All right, we made a clean break over that. Let's come to this level here. Broke out over that too. Next thing we got to break is 52.10 from this candle here. Come on, keep pushing. Come on, keep it going. We got the 1 minute here, the 15-minute here. Like seeing all these green candles. That is really nice. All right. Come on. Let's see, let me change the color of this. Simplify red for resistance. That's what we have to break through. We just got to stay above. We just got to stay above this purple line, and if we stay above that, I'll be happy. That it means that we've established that we've broken out of this bull flag, and that we'll set up a new floor, and we'll probably try to break out of this later. All right, where are we at on the RSI right now for the minute? Because yeah, on the RSI on the 15-minute, we are we're at 58.99. So let's come over to here and RSI. The RSI here, we are a bit overbought, so yep, we got to cool down a bit. Hopefully they don't just flush us back down to where we were. I don't want to see that. Yep, we're coming back down, but let's get this bounce. Come on, green candle. Come on. All right, we just dipped below 70 on the RSI. Let's get a bounce off of there. Looks like we might have. Nah. But yeah, volume definitely picked up. Right here we had 857,000 in volume. Yeah, come on, let's get the bounce right off of this. Come on. Nope. No. Shoot. Well, I would say that we just had a false breakout. Hopefully we don't go back all the way down to where we were before. Let's continue. We'll keep a close eye on this though. All right. So now I want to move all of this up into the columns. So how we would do that is with the transpose formula. And what a transpose is, it transposes the rows and columns of an array, essentially switches them from being rows to being columns. And the array or range that we want to go through would be A2 through the rest of A. And there we go. But we want to make those static values, so we will, we're going to take all of these, we're going to copy, and then we are going to hit Command-Shift-V to paste the values, but not the formula. Then we'll cut this and put it back on row 1. There we go. Now we have our column headers. And options visualizer, get options. So now I do want to grab all of this again. And we'll put that in here. Okay. No, I don't want to copy, I just want to go down. So how I'm doing this is I'm hitting, I'm on a Mac, so I'm hitting Option, Command, and down to make multiple cursors. It's not something that you can do in every program, like the program has to allow it. It usually has to be a coding program like AppScript or VS Code, but it really, really helps with productivity. All right, and then come over there and Command forward delete, add commas. There we go. All right, so the contract symbol we do not need at all because the symbol will just be the ticker. Then we have the strike. We're going to move the strike right there. Currency, last price, and the rest of this, yeah, we can just copy over, except for, oh, I got rid of the strike when I didn't need to. Let's move all of this over, but now we need to replace expiration with, let's do expiration date. And, yeah, expiration date. All right, looks like we got a bounce, higher lows. Expiration date, the last trade date. And we'll just call this one last trade, or date of last trade. And it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be a moment, but we are just going to put last trade date instead of expiration in there. Oh. Copy, paste. And last trade date. Were there any other dates in here? Just those two. Okay. All right. What was currency? I was curious. Okay, so currency is a string for USD. All right. Date of last trade, we'll replace that now. So that's our row. Okay. Let's see what happens when we put this all in one line. It's gonna wrap anyways. If it's gonna wrap, might as well just do it there. Right. Actually, we can save some room. Since we don't need to destructure all of it, we can just say option strike, option currency, option last price, change percent change, oh, wrong one, change percent change volume, open interest, bid, ask, contract size, and then the expiration date is defined manually, date of last trade, but implied volatility and in the money is also just option dot, and that way just say option expiration and option last trade date, and then we can make this just last trade date, and let's just make this expiration and last trade date, and then and then we can just get rid of this destructuring entirely, and it saves us some room since we were going to have to wrap on both of those anyways. Okay. Oh, the option type. Option type, that is something that we did not have here. And the option type comes after this, before that, so we have option type as another column there. And we need to add the option type after the ticker. Okay, yeah, it looks like we're hovering around this, hovering around the top here. I'm really hoping this wasn't a false breakout. Let's give it another go. Okay. So now we have row, and we need to push this into rows. Do we have rows? Okay, so yeah, we got rid of the rows, so we need to, so we have options, option types, and then rows is equal to that, an array, and then once we create the row, we want to rows.push row. All right. Okay. This is all getting the new data. And we don't need to console log the raw data, the raw data if it's successful, because if it's successful, then we'll be fine. Raw data, but if there is an error, we will want to console log the raw data too. Console log format or object. Okay, so it does take in an object now, so yeah, let's just console log raw data there. And actually, if it takes in an object now, console log message. No, we can just leave it as message, a single string, that's fine. The error handling. Okay. So that takes care of getting our data, and we only want to console log the ticker if we have an error as well. So that's our imports. And we can get rid of this console log. All right. Okay, and since we have 100 calls a day we can do this, we have a significant more amount of room to debug and be successful with it. So, because I don't think, let me just run through this just to make sure everything should still be the same. So we have the option sheet, the number of columns, the number of header rows, the row index where data starts. We have our options range, we purge our old data, last row with content, that all still checks out. Let's see, blank rows, set values, number of rows to populate. Yeah, this still all checks out because it's all just dealing with numbers, but I want to check this. So when we get the ticker, Yeah, when we get the ticker, we still want to pull that from the dashboard, from right here, or from right here. That's where we want to pull it from. And the ticker for yesterday, we had to force the ticker to lowercase, but it looks like the Yahoo Finance API accepts it as capitals, so we're fine to not modify that. Let me come back to here. Yep, we're still not doing anything with it, which is good. We just want to keep it the same. All right. I think we are ready to test this. So let's go to the option sheet here and moment of truth. Starting column of the range is too small. What happened? Executions. Get column data by name, get options 5. The starting column of the range is too small because we're trying to get it from the dashboard here. The starting column? Oh, find index. Because what this does in the header row, it gets the values, and so this needs to be a +1 right here because this is 0-based. The find index gets you a 0-based index, but we want a 1-based index. So we're just going to add the number 1 to that, and that should fix our issue there. Okay, let's try this again. Moment of truth, utilities, refresh options, and here we go. Look at that. It worked. Oh, that's great. Well, it worked for populating stuff. I'm not sure why that's formatted funny. Let's take a look at what we have here, though. See, look at all this. This would take ages to populate just on my own. And put. So first thing we want to do is change that puts to a put singular. So we have that right here. Okay, and next, this just says expiration. It's all January 19th of 1970. So we need to fix that. So the dates. Yeah, let's give this a go. Let's run this through our test here. And instead of option expiration, we are literally just going to grab this right here. That's an example expiration. All right, save, and let's run the test. January 19th of 1970. Now, why would it do that? Moment. Do I have to say new moment? No, not new moment, because, frick, how do we use moment? Format. Using moment, get and set. Let's look at this. Oh, no, yeah, we just want to parse. Let's look at that. Instead of modifying the native date prototype, it creates a wrapper. To get the current date and time, just call moment with no parameters. Moment string. offsets. Number of milliseconds. Okay, that makes sense. Is it missing Unix timestamp seconds? Maybe it gave us the number of seconds. I think that would make sense because milliseconds, if it was a specific date, like these would all end in like 0, 0, 0. So I think this is actually in seconds. Let's test that theory. Seconds moment.unix number. This is implemented as the timestamp times 1000. Okay, let's try that. Moment.unix. And moment, yeah, so it's just moment.unix. Okay, there we go. So that worked. So we just need to change get options to these moments. We just need to add .unix to each of these. Cool. All right, so that should work. Let's take a look to see anything else that is off. I think at this point, it's just formatting. It's just formatting the cells that we want to format. So let's look at formatting ranges. Oh wait, hold on. The strike. These are formatted as dates. Let me delete everything on here and clear the formatting. Okay, so the formatting has been cleared now. Let me make sure that's all saved. Let's run this again. Okay, yeah, that's really weird that we're getting like it's formatting as a date. Why? 1899. What's it doing? Strike. So it's the first one there. Strike is 1. Strike is 1.5. Yeah. What the heck is it doing? Because if I were to come here, come to the bottom, oh, and it only does dates for this. What the heck? What's going on? What's going on, guys? Come on. Select everything that's a date here for some weird reason. Let's format as a number, and it's formatted as an actual number. Okay, yeah, there we go. So for some reason, it's translating it to dates. Let's run this again and see if our purge option works. Okay, now let me delete all this data and let's try it again from blank and see if it puts it. Okay, no, it was just doing really weird stuff. Super weird, but yeah, let's explore formatting now. So, range. So range, clear format, clears formatting for this range. Clears text formatting, but does not reset any number formatting rules. Okay, so that's a good. Wait, is there a clear? Clears the range of contents, formats, and data validation rules. Clear content, clears the content of the range, leaving the formatting intact. That's what we want, and that is actually, we built out an entire function to do that manually. And hold on guys, I gotta stand up for a minute to get my standpoint for the hour. I'll be right back, don't go anywhere. And got my standpoint. Let's hop back to it. AMC hovering right above 50. All right, okay, so purging old data, what we really need to do is we still need to check if the number of rows we need to purge is greater than 0, but if it is, we get the options range and this blank rows. I think we can just replace this, we'll comment that out, and then we can just say options range dot clear content. That'll leave our formatting intact. Clears the content of the range, leaving the formatting intact. Yep, range dot clear content, and that's it. Done. Easy as that. Okay, so that'll actually save us a few lines of code. All right. Okay, and let's go back to what we were doing before, which is formatting. Let's see, get. Want to set, oh, holy cow, okay. Set formulas, font style, font size. I want to set number formatting. That's what I want to do. Set number format, there we go. Set number format. Sets the number or date format to the given formatting string. The accepted format patterns are described in the sheets, and it does that for a specific range. So we want to apply our formatting essentially on a per column basis, and it looks like they're flushing down AMC again. Ooh, ooh, Kenny. All right. Cell, set number format. Okay. So this is populating everything correctly now. So we populate the new data, and then we need to make sure that we set formatting. And the reason why we need to make sure that formatting is set for each time we run through this is because let's say that we have everything formatted correctly up to here, but let's say the next time we run this, it adds like 10 or 20 more rows. Those rows would not be formatted unless we, like, especially if it had to, let me do this. Oh, that was exactly the opposite of what I wanted to do. Let's delete these rows. So let's say the data ends at the very bottom. If it needs to insert rows into more rows into the sheet than are available, the formatting won't carry over, and so you need to explicitly set the format if you're adding rows that previously didn't exist. So we want to format columns. Okay, and when we format the columns, we need to do this for each column. So, but we only need to do this for the ones that we need to format. So we don't need to format symbol, option type. The strike we do want to format. So strike. Yeah, okay. So what we want to do is, I think we can make use of get column data by name at this point, because column data, it returns the values. Let's adjust this so it actually just returns the range. And change this to just get column by name. And then column data would be get values, and then 0, 0. And let's expand that. Don't like that running off the edge of the screen. All right, okay. So get column by name. This would be the strike column. Get column by name. The sheet that is being passed in would be the options sheet. The column name would be strike. The row index where the data starts is already defined for us right there. And the number of rows to get would be, the number of rows to get would be the max. It would be the max number of rows minus the number of header rows. So this would be options sheet dot get max rows. And I didn't see that as an option. Is get max rows a thing? Range. Get, alphabetical, get n, get num rows. Why am I not seeing get max? Oh, because this is range. I need to be looking at the sheet. Sheet. Get m max rows. That's what we're looking for. Yep. Okay. So we have options get max rows minus the number of header rows. Make this look all fancy. And we'll probably be using this again, so we'll just call this num data rows, or let's just say num options rows is equal to this, because yeah, we want to invoke as little functions as possible to save on performance. There we go. And then we have the strike column. Okay. And let's get all of our columns that we want. So we have strike. We don't need format currency. We do want last price. Okay, so we want last price change, percent change. Volume looks okay to me. I'm not seeing any issues there. Open interest. Actually, let's grab anything that has a number. Strike, last price change, percent change volume, open interest, bid, ask. And then we automatically format the date inside the code, so we don't need to touch that. But the implied volatility, let's get that too, and of course it deselected everything else. So, oh, and in the money, because I want to format that. I want to format this as a checkbox. So strike all those numbers and that. Copy and paste. Alrighty. Change, percent change, volume, open interest, bid, ask, implied volatility, in the money. And now I can go through here and put something there, go to the end, put something there, put commas in between, and I'm going to wrap this inside of an array and end this array with that, and I think, and this would be columns to format, const columns to format, and I think we can move that here, and I think we should be good to, nope, it wraps, so we'll just keep it the way it was, fine. I hate wrapping, but I love it at the same time. Well, so I don't like things when things are expanded like this, but I definitely like it better than having it wrap. So, okay, so we have our columns to format, and then, ooh, even better, instead of an array, because it really doesn't matter the order we do it in, we're gonna make this an object. Yeah. Okay. Because then we can, you'll see where I'm going with this. So now anything that has, we want to keep these capitals. So yeah, we're just going to wrap all of these in brackets or in braces. Hold on, I gotta get rid of all these commas if I'm going to do this right. Okay, now I can come here, opening bracket, closing bracket, comma, and then colon, and let's just set these as objects for now. And so let's come back to class sheet, let's go back to the range.format. All right. And the format, set number format, always show 3 decimal points. So number format is a string, which is a number format string. Okay, cool. So you would just literally type in what you want to format it as. That's cool. So it's going to be, so this is going to be an array of keys, which are going to be strings. Our strike, we want formatted as US currency. Yeah, we'll just hard code the US currency for now because we do have a currency column. And no, that's not proper. Let's do this the right way because I don't want to have to come back to this. I hate coming back to code. If I can help it. So, so we need to create an index of currencies. So currency index is an object, and we can add things to this currency index as we go. But for US dollar, I'm gonna have a $sign. Ooh, gross. Sorry, what I'm thinking of is you'd have to literally format each row by grabbing its corresponding currency in that row. That's really gross. So, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure out how to make it work. Like, it's definitely possible. It's just it's just more time to do it. So, so USD. No, this is gonna be way too complex if we do it that way, because the way that we're doing it, we'll just hard code in the dollar sign, because we're gonna assume we're dealing with US dollars here. I mean, this is AMC we're talking about, so. All right, so we want to format this as this strike. That's how we want to format that. Would that be an accepted value? Set number formats. Okay. The values are format pattern strings as described in the Sheets API documentation. Love links. Dates and number formats, updating time values. Number format patterns. Number format tokens. Here we go, number format examples. Okay. 0 for placeholders. Okay. Okay, so if there is no existing value, then it drops it off. Okay. 12,000, is there a combination? Text, my text. This is actually really useful. Oh, cool, and you can even color it. That's nice. Okay. So if we come back to here, want this to just be whatever number. And let's, for kicks and giggles, just in case we gotta account for stuff, let's have this go up to $1 billion. And then whatever number this is, and options never have hundredths of a dollar on them. So, but we still want to see that 0 at the end. So that's what we'll do. Last price, we'll do the same thing. Change is just a number. And it's just change is just a number, so I don't want to see anything more than 2 decimal points ever, but I always want to see at least 2 decimal points. So change, and I do want to see commas. Point 0. I want to do the same thing with the percent change. Same thing with volume. Open interest is always whole numbers. Volume is always whole numbers as well. Bid is currency. Ask is currency. Implied volatility is just has decimal points. Doubles, essentially, is what they're called. And then in the money is a checkbox. How do I format using a checkbox? Is it number form? I think it might be under text format for checkbox. Let's check that. So I want to set note, set number format, set text style. Text style. Desired text style. I don't think that was it. Because that's like font style. More like it. Set values, set values. Set note, formulas, font weights, font style, font size, font lines, font, set data validation, set border, set, remove. Insert checkboxes. Let's try that. Oh, hello. Okay, just a thank you email I got. Insert checkboxes into each cell in the range configured with true for checked and false for unchecked sets the value of all cells in the range to false. So range, insert checkboxes. Inserts checkboxes with a checked value configured with a custom value for checked and the empty string for unchecked. It sets the value of each cell in the range to the empty string. Inserts checkboxes in each cell range A1 through B10 configured with yes for checked and the empty string for unchecked. Also sets the value of each cell range to the empty string. And insert checkboxes. Okay. I'm just gonna Google it. So, oh, this is big news. Let's look. Okay, so Trades just tweeted out 4.1 individual retail shareholders, 501 million shares outstanding, average shares held of about 120, and that comes out to 4.1 times 120 is 492 million shares. But if you take into account all the institutions, insiders, shares on loan, and shorts, feeling like there might be some naked shorts here. Let's look at this. As previously disclosed, there were 501,780,240 shares outstanding as of June 2nd, 2021, the record date for the shareholder meeting scheduled for July 29th, 2021. As of June 2nd, there were approximately 4.1 million individual shareholders eligible to vote at the upcoming shareholder meeting. Advanced voting will begin on June 16th, with most shareholders eligible to vote by internet through 11:59 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on July 28th. AMC's definitive proxy statement will be filed on June 16th. Shortly thereafter, voting materials and a notice of the shareholder meeting will be sent out to individual investors. Such investors are encouraged to reach out to their brokers in the latter part of June or early in July if these materials have not yet been received from their brokers. Commenting about the share count, AMC President and CEO Adam Aron said the number of investors who want to own a part of AMC continues to increase and now stands at approximately 4.1 million. More than 80% of AMC shares are held by a broad base of retail investors with an average holding of around 120 shares. Some hold more and some hold less. However, each and every shareholder is important to AMC. Each shareholder has a critical role to play in AMC's future by having their voice heard by voting at our upcoming shareholder meeting, by voting in favor of proposals. Together we can help position AMC in its 101st year of business for continued success over the next century. So let's just verify the math. I never trust other people's math. All right, so if we have 4.1 million, so 100,000, 4.1 million multiplied by 120. Oh, 1, 2, 3. I wish this had commas. Does it? Nope. Cancel. So we have 492 million shares. So if we have 501 million shares divided by 492, or what we want to do is 492 divided by 501 comes out to apes own 98% of outstanding shares. That leaves 2% for literally everybody else. Yeah, there's definitely some naked shorting going on. So, that is very curious. We own 98%. Jeez. Yeah, Adam Aron is like, oh yeah, you guys own 80%. No, we own 98%. Yeah, okay. All right. Let's get back to this. Where were we? That's right. We were trying to figure out how to, so Google Apps script format checkbox. That's form. Okay, so I think, yeah, it would just be insert checkboxes without anything. Sets the value of all cells in the range to false. So I think this is tricky. Tricky. Because it'll set everything to false. But then we just need to go back in and populate just the checkboxes. And I guess we could do that. We could just literally run this again, or just this one line, and that would work. Okay, yeah. In the money value, which there is just null. All right, so here's what we're going to do now that we have the columns to format. Columns to format, we're going to do for const column name, or because we're going to do object entries, so column name and format string of object entries columns to format. If the column name is equal to in the money, we're going to do something special there. Otherwise, what we are going to do, I guess first we need to get the column, which is this right here. Strike column. And sheet is the option sheet. The column name is just that, so we can get rid of that. We can just reference this directly. The row index where the data starts is already defined, and the number of rows to get is the number of options rows. And strike column, what we would do in the case that if it is in the money, we would do the strike column, which is a range, and we would do insert checkboxes. Otherwise, what we were going to do is well, not strike column, just column at this point. And then we would come back to set number format, I think it was. Set number format, yep. Then it would be set number format, and we insert the format string. Okay. But then, after that's all done, we just need to set value. We just need to run this again. This needs to run again because insert checkboxes resets values. But before we set the values, we also need to do we need to clear the values? I'm not sure. No, we can just set the values. Yeah, we only need to clear the value. We only need to purge the old data up here because in the case that if before you had more data and more recently there's less data, then if you didn't clear the data first, you would replace everything that the new data, but then you would still have some leftover old data that's not applicable anymore. So you need to just clear everything and then populate the new data. So I think this should be fine. So let's do this and let's run it. Let's see what happens. Get max options, get max rows is not a function. Get max rows, where did we call that? Oh, it's options sheet. Okay, here we go. Dismiss, try again. And boom! Look at that. I love it. That's weird. Why did it? Let's ask. It's doing it right for some, but for others, it's just being really wonky in some places. Oh, okay. And actually instead of numbers, we just need to replace those all with zeros. Okay, so let's replace just this one first. Well, no, not zeros, because we don't want leading zeros unless they are right there. Because if it's just cents, then that's what we want. And so yeah, all this should be, all this 0.00, point number 0, it should be 0.00. That's what we want. And then anything that is number 00, we want as 0.00. Because we always want at least the dollar and then the 2 cents. Always, always, always. Okay. All right. Okay, let's try that. That worked. I don't see anything off or wonky now. This is great. This is great. Yeah, this is awesome. This is what we want. I think we are done building out that function. So now all that there's left to do, cool. So yeah, now let's just format this to make it look good. So this is API, and API data is, oh, and since this is Marble Fox, let's use it with, fetch. I want to use it with custom colors here. Oh, no. I literally just Googled colors. I need to go up here, colors, and I have a sheet. So I want my main violet. That's what I want. Come on. And then I need to freeze this column to the current row. And actually, let me undo the color here, because I can just do that as part of, we'll select the entire table, go to Format, Alternating Colors, because this will make it much more readable. So now that we have alternating colors, let's go to my colors here. My main white is FD, FD, FD. I want that. That's what I want, is my main white. And my header I want as my violet. And then my color 2 I want as my, essentially my dark white. And my dark white is going to be halfway in between my main. Yeah, so I need the color blender. So color hex blender. Color 1. Color 1 is FD, FD, FD. And color 2 is 848484. I want, because I don't want, I do want an even amount of endpoints here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have 12 colors total. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1. Okay, so my light white, I'm just going to choose that as E7s. I want that to be black, but I do want the background color to be what it actually is. It's my dark white, E7, E7, E7. And then my light gray is going to be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 9A, 9A, 9A. 9A, 9A, 9A. And you can't see that because the text is white. Take that, copy it, turn the background of it to that. Oh, and now we can change this back to white. Alright, so now I have a dark white that I can come back to the options visualizer and change that to this. Alright. Okay. Alright, so now I've got all of that, and I've got range. Can literally just come to here, options A1 through the end of the sheet. Yep. Okay, let's play with this now. So, I want to filter this. Yeah. So series, I don't need I don't need the symbol. It's treating the x-axis as the symbol. The x-axis I want as the strike price. Let's remove all series. So our x-axis, let's start from scratch. I want as the strike. And then for the series, I want open interest. But I also want to only do it for calls right now. So I'm going to put a filter on this whole thing. And I'm going to filter out the puts. Data in filtered rows is excluded from the chart. Yeah, that's what I want. That's exactly what I want. Okay, So now what we can do is change the style. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I want an area chart. Stacked, yeah, just an area chart. That's what I want. And then for the horizontal axis, I want to see treat labels as text. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay. And then for the vertical axis, treat labels as text. Good. Okay, I just need to have labels. Chart and axis titles, that's what I want. So there's the chart title, the title text. I want to go to the horizontal axis title, and this would be strike. And the vertical axis title would be open interest. And we really would need to add, yeah, that's just the open interest. Are there really upwards of, what's this data point here? Is there 47,000 open interest at 145? Oh, this doesn't filter out the dates. It's accumulating everything. Because we also want to filter this by option type, and we want to filter this by the expiration. The expiration is all 6/10? Oh my gosh, yeah. And 6/10 is tomorrow? That doesn't make sense. Yeah. They all have the same expiration. Is it supposed to be the last trade date? The expiration is 6/10, which is tomorrow, a Thursday, on all of them. Is the market closed on Friday? Are there any holidays going on? And Father's Day is always on a Sunday. Why would it say the expiration is 6:10? Hold on. I need to go to here. Expiration. And let's look up. Don't need colors anymore. Date parser. Oh, I literally just said console log on those. Let me refresh this. Not a number. It's at 3 zeros. Still not a number. Okay. Date to string. To UTC string. Okay, so yeah, it was converting it. So yeah, this was a UTC, so that's why it said Thursday instead of Friday, because it was Moment was converting the time zone for us. So we need to compensate for that. Moment.js. Docs. We want to parse Unix timestamp seconds. I want UTC. Despite Unix timestamps being UTC based, this function creates a moment object in local mode. If you need UTC, subsequently call UTC as in this. Okay. So let's come back to our code. And where we have moment here, we want .utc. Save. Options visualizer. Let's reset our filter. And let's run this again. Refresh options. Okay. So yeah, that changed it to the proper date now, Friday. But those are the ones expiring on Friday? I don't believe that. They can't all be for Friday. Let's check Weeble. Holy shoot. Oh my gosh. There really is that much open interest for the 145 call strikes for Friday. I mean, I hope it goes that high. That'd be amazing if it did. It's a lot of, if those don't end in the money, that's going to be a lot of wasted stuff. But if we get that high, we're going to gamma squeeze like nothing else. Holy cow. All right, so yeah, our data is right. So let's filter this again. Call put. All right. Let's see. What I want to do though is I kind of want to see. I want to see a cumulative build. That's what I want to see. Is that at each strike price? At each strike price, I want to accumulate the open interest at each strike price. That's what I would want to see. So let's use another sheet to do that. Since our options sheet, this is our raw data. Let me change color. There we go. And so this one, we actually don't want to filter this anymore. Turn off the filter. And here, what we want to do is just open interest. So let's see, how would we do this? We would want to get all the strike prices from this sheet. So this would be equal to equal to this. Am I really gonna have to do this? I think I can just do an index. So if I just index options C1 through C. There we go. Yeah, that gives us what we want. And then would want cumulative open call interest. Okay. And actually what we would need first is we would just need open interest, open call interest specifically. Let's call that calls for now. And open call interest, we would want in like an index if. Is that a thing? I guess that would just be an index match. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and that I would need to make this an index match as well. Okay. So we have strike, open call interest, cumulative, open call interest. This strike is going to be an index. And what we are indexing is it's what we want to get, which is options. It's the data we want to get, so it's options C2 through C, and we want to match that against, and the search key that we are looking for is call. It's just call. That needs to be double quotes. So call is our search key, and where we want to look for call is in options, the options sheet, column B2 through B, and we want an exact match. Hold on, I gotta stand up, get my standpoint. I'll be right back, don't go anywhere. And got my standpoint. I am seeing that we just got somebody else inside of this stream. So hello, welcome. What I've been doing is we've just been tracking AMC's movement here on the side while we work on an options visualizer to kind of help give us an idea of where we can essentially expect to see gamma squeezing volume really kick in, so that way we can make better, more well-informed predictions on what we're speculating on. So for some reason, I don't think that this chart shows the extended hours. Do I have to? I think I have to go to the chart settings on this. Show extended hours. That's what we're missing. Okay, there we go. So now we can see the live price action going on here. This is where we've gone since close. Yeah, so it is what it is. All right. But yeah, so for the new person that joined, think of this live stream as just we're all in a car together. I'm just driving. But if you want to go somewhere that's different than where we're heading right now, just let me know. If you want to focus more on spreadsheet stuff, if you want me to do some technical analysis for you, just let me know in the chat, and we'll go wherever you want to go. But unless I get some direction, I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing here. So I typically. I will be doing my technical analysis probably sometime, probably in about an hour, because I like to do my technical analysis at the end of the day when the price stops moving. But today, and I usually do it later after the after hours is completely closed. But today I have a barbecue that I'm going to with some of my buddies from high school. So I'll be leaving a bit earlier to go do that. So yeah, hello, welcome. Hope you enjoy. And if you got questions about how stocks work, questions about how spreadsheets and formulas and code works, that's what we're working with. So because so far what we've done with this options visualizer is before what I was going to do to get the data is I was just going to manually enter in all this into a spreadsheet, but I found Yahoo Finance API where we can just pull it in automatically, and I wrote some code for this Google Sheet that Google actually, and not a lot of people know that you can write code for Google Sheets, and it's built in. But yeah, I just wrote some code for it to do that for us, and that code is complete, and that's how we're able to just really quickly pull all of this in. So if you got any questions about that, about how I did that, let me know. Otherwise, we'll just keep going. So. Right, so I was working on, because index match only gives you one result. I want to, is it a filter if? filters a range based off provided conditions. That's kind of what I want. Yeah, so the range that I want to filter is options. I want to filter options C2 through C. I want to filter this entire column. But the condition that I want, condition 1, a column or row containing the true or false values corresponding to the first column or row of the range, or an array formula evaluating to true or false. Learn more. Okay, so some examples here. So it filters it on, because I want to filter this by this. So let's index if Google Sheets. Because I honestly don't know the formula that I would need, or combination of formulas that I would need to do it. So I'm just going to search for it on Google. Index match, yeah. Like, I know how an index match works. But index match only gives me one. I just want to filter a range. I can get rid of all these date things. I can get rid of the Yahoo Finance API. We're done with that. I'm pretty sure I can get rid of this code now too, which means we can also get rid of this. And we're just back down to the sheet itself. All right. Options C2 through C, the condition. C also. Because I've done this before. How have I done this? Index if index match. Because yeah, this filter is what I want, but A2 through B6. Condition 2. Okay, so that's the main thing. Table number B2 through B6. Okay, so yeah, I can do that. Okay, this is exactly what we want then. So I want to get C2 through C, but the condition I want is if the corresponding options B2 through B is equal to, if it is equal to call. That is exactly what we want. Perfect. So now we can do this. So now we can do an index match here. So we can index options. It'd be easier just to go to the option sheet to see our exact reference. So we want to get the open interest, which is options, and the exclamation point means that you want to get it from this sheet or the tab. Options, and then we want to get I2 through I, the entire column. But that's what we want to grab, and now we're going to match it. And what we want to match it with is the search key, which is call, and the range we are searching it for would be options B2 through B, and then 0 to say like we want an exact match. Okay, and then I just need to drag this formula down. Come on. There we go. Boom. All right. Okay, and now the cumulative open call interest. This is going to take, so this first one is just going to equal to B2. But this next one is going to be a different formula. This one is going to be, and we're accumulating this as it goes up in price because that's the direction that we're looking for it to go. And this one would be C2 plus B3. And now if we drag this down, it'll add everything up as it goes. Yep. It works. Because the way we can verify this is that this is the sum of all of this. And we can check that by dragging it. And then in the bottom right, it'll have sum. 396,271, 396,271. There we go. All right. So now what we want to do is we want to make a table, or we want to make a chart based off of this table. So here, let's use our blue. Okay, and our main blue is that. Oh, actually, we'll use it in, I just want to make this bold. And I want to freeze the top row. Now I want to select it all, go to Format, Alternating Colors, and there we go. Except I just want to change, I just want to change this to our blue instead of our violet. There we go. Okay. All right, and no need to filter since this is already filtered for calls, and this would be, just calls. Let's change the color of the tab to that, and then we go back to our dashboard, and now the data range that we want would just be the entire call sheet. Okay, and the x-axis is, the x-axis we want to be the cumulative open call interest. No. We want it to be the strike if we want to see it go up the way we want it to. So the x-axis is the strike price, and the series we want to look at is the cumulative open call interest. Yes, that is exactly what we are looking for. But now we need to, we don't care about what's already in the money. We only want to look at calls that are out of the money. So we can add another filter to this, so where options B2 through B is equal to call, and options P2 through P is equal to true. That should drastically reduce that, because we want it false because those are in the money. We want to see options that are out of the money. That's what we want to see. So strike $50. Yeah, there we go. So now call options B through B. Yep, we don't need to change anything there. Hold on. So I also need to do this here. Oh, okay, because now what we want to do is we want to get the open call interest at that strike price if it is a call. So, okay, so yeah, we can do this with another filter function. So filter, what we want is the open interest, so options I2 through I. The condition that we want is if options B2 through B is equal to call, and if options P2 through P is not in the money or false. And let's clean this up. Okay. An array result was not expanded because it would, oh yeah, because filter does that. So now that's what we have. Okay, and then we can get rid of all that. Delete these rows. All right, cumulative call interest. Yep, at each price point, we have that many calls going, have that many contracts going into the money. So now if we go to the dashboard, okay, so we want to look for any like significant jumps is what we were looking for. So maybe this isn't the best. The best style for this, or the best chart type. Oh, this is actually perfect right here. Open call interest and cumulative open call interest. So we can see the individual where it's at individually, and so that way we can see exactly like where the spikes are, that as we that in between these ranges we can expect the price to go up as we get closer to these. This is really cool, at least I think so. Oof. Oh boy. Because yeah, we didn't end up needing the last price here because our API already lets us know if calls are in the money or not. Because yeah, that's what we want to see. So yeah, we have big spikes here. Yeah, so it looks like we will have, is it? Yeah, there's probably not much in between those. Let's take a look at some other styles that are recommended. So we have the combo chart, which is what we're on right now. We have the line chart, with the area chart. Oof. Yeah, this one's the best looking so far. Scatter. Just kind of interested in seeing what all these are. This actually kind of puts it into perspective that like these options are stacked closer together because they're in $1 intervals here, and then we get to $5 intervals. So that kind of helps put that into perspective. Yeah, bubble chart doesn't help. A map, I wonder what it would do. Okay, incompatible. Other waterfall chart. Histogram. Okay, our data didn't change. Now, because yeah, now at this point, we're just playing around with visualizations now. Oh gosh. Scorecard. I have no clue what that is. Candlestick. Oh, cool. So yeah, you can do your own like charting there. Organizational tree map. Table chart. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I've never seen that one before. Pie. Donut. Same thing. Bar. Stacked bar. Oh. Interesting, because this does it by percentage. So it's saying like that that half of the cumulative call interest is. Let's see if that's accurate. No, that definitely doesn't check out. That's not right. Set up, and then let's do these area charts. Stepped area chart. So maybe instead of a cumulative, maybe what we want to do is like a percentage jump from the cumulative, because what we want to see are like all the, because what we want to see is we want to see more of a magnitude of like when we can expect that we're getting really close. So let's add a new column here, and percent jump. Okay. So what this would be is we would take essentially just B, or we would take C over B. Oh gosh, come on. C over B. And that gives us a 1. If we do an autofill, because we want the difference. Oh, no, okay. So yeah, that's just gonna be 1. It's kind of the same thing we're doing here. Like this, like these two are gonna have the first thing, the first row is going to have a different formula than the rest of the rows. So let's do that. Because here what we want, because now that we have a difference, what we want to do is we want to take B over the previous cumulative open call interest. I think that's what we want. And this would just be a 0% jump because it's exactly the same. So now if we format this as a percentage, yeah. Okay, and you'll see where the one person who I'm assuming has been with me the whole time, you'll see what I'm talking about. once we chart this out. So now let's come back to this, and A1, A, B, C, we want to add D to this. And the x-axis we still want as the strike, and the series we want is the, oh, I think we can just add a series here, the percent jump. That's really small on the scale though. Remove all series. We want the strike. And well, let's just do the percent jump. Okay, and then instead of a combo chart, let's change this to a yeah, smooth line chart combo. I think if we do a combo chart and then let's add back in the open call interest here. Yeah, and then now the percent jump doesn't even show up because it had to modify the y-axis, the range on the y-axis. So let's and I'll change this back to the percent jump. Yeah, these are the kind of moves that we can expect as we move into the money. So now let's customize our. We have our chart and axis titles. So yep, that's the strike. So horizontal axis, I want to treat labels as text. Okay, and then vertical axis, treat labels as text, okay, and log scale. Sometimes I like to play with logs. Let's do the horizontal axis as, oh, can't do that. Yeah, that made no sense. Okay. Let's see. So number format on this is percentage. There we go. And grid lines and ticks. Yeah, minor count, major count, legend series, trend line, data labels, error bars. I'm curious what would happen if we switch the rows and columns. Yeah, that made no sense. So instead of switching them, let's just change the x-axis and the y-axis. So let's make this the percent jump. Let's make this the strike. Oh, and this is all messed up because it's just due from source data on that. Yeah, we'll just stick as the strike and percent jump here. Let's go back to the percent and show axis line. Okay, and then scale factor, default, yeah. And then the horizontal axis, oh, yeah, series, that's what I wanted to see. So percent jump, line color, point shape, circle, but point size, I don't want a point size. Okay, so adding the error bars adds the point size there. If we had a trend line, the moving average, power series, logarithmic. Polynomial, exponential, linear. Well, it's always going to be in a downward because people like to play on the safe side more than they like the really risky bets. Show r squared. Yeah, we don't need a trend line or error bars, no point size, percent jump. Let's change the color though to our blue. Yeah, change the line color to our blue. The line dash type. Yeah, let's just keep it solid. Line thickness though, let's make it a bit thicker. There we go. Now it looks like we're drawing with crayons. Line opacity, 100%. Yep, we want to keep that. Chart and axis titles. This would be call strike, or just this would be percent jump from cumulative open call interest. And then the chart style would be smooth. Yeah, smooth, maximize, plot null, compare none, nope, okay. Chart border color, let's do none, or let's do my purple. And background color, let's do our black, which is 080808. 080808. Oh, and now we need to grab yeah, we need to grab our axis, change the text color to white. Purple. Let's do our white. And then percent, horizontal axis, text color, white. Oh, and the vertical axis, white. Let's see. As we go up in price, I see the increasing velocity. I really want to see. Let's just switch these, switch the rows and the columns. That just looks like that. Percent jump and strike. Strike, percent jump. Now that doesn't work. Percent jump, strike. Customize chart style, chart and axis titles, title text color, this to be blue. Percent jump from cumulative open call interest. And we do want a subtitle, and the subtitle would be for expiration on Friday, June 11, 2021. And we will make this our purple. Expiration there. And I also want to do this. Chart title. Oh, yeah, chart title. Chart subtitle. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put in some pretty pictures. So what we are going to do is insert an image overcells, Google Drive, my drive. Can I just insert a drawing directly? I saw that as an option. Insert drawing, like from my drive. Okay, that's cool, but I just want to save and close. I don't know what it would have done there, but let's go to my drive. Because if I'm going to insert an image, I know exactly what I want to do. I want to go to brand assets. I want to go to I want to go to logo, or not logo, I want to go to icon. Icon, I want a color icon, and I want my 256, and I want to export this as an SVG. Okay, so that's been downloaded, and now I can add this to I can upload a file. So now I have the SVG there. Now I should be able to insert that into the sheet. Insert, image, image over cells, Google Drive, recent, nope, brand assets, it was under icon, color, nothing in here. Does it only let me do like PNGs and stuff? Let's find out. Let's go back. So I have the SVG. Let me go to my filled dark 256. Export this as a PNG. Come back and re-upload that to the drive here. Upload files. There's our PNG. Cool, now it's there. Come back. Photos, there it is. So yeah, it doesn't like SVGs. Oh, that's nice. And actually, I want to make sure I have my logo on there, so I'm actually going to do that with a logo. Icon, brand assets, logo, color, dark. Okay. So here, I want to get rid of all these JPEGs. Don't need them anymore. All right, so we have dark and black. What's the difference between dark and black? I forget. So we have dark, and then we have, so dark 256, black 256. Okay, so black has black text, and dark is like the stamp, and that's kind of what I want. No, what I want, so I want this, but I want it in white. So I actually need to go to color, light, and get rid of all the JPEGs. Come on. And go to white 256. And I want to download this as a PNG. Upload it back into the location as such. And now I want to insert it into this sheet. Insert, image, image over cells, Google Drive, brand assets. I'll change the view. There we go. To logo, color, light, PNG, insert. Yes. Let's put it at the bottom here. Studios. Okay, so if I click out of it, so if I have this selected, if I click out of it, it'll take the picture back on top. All right, that's what I want. And now I want to do the same thing, but with the AMC logo. So AMC logo, images, and I want to search for an SVG. to copy this image, and I'm going to go to brand assets, third-party assets. I want to create a new drawing. I could just paste it, but I want to save this for later so I don't have to search for it in Google every time. Boom! There we go. AMC logo. Or just AMC. That works. Alright. So now I can also copy this. Oh wait, no, because if I want to insert, or can I just paste? Nope. Okay, yeah, so I have to save this as a PNG. Download as a PNG. Close this. And then upload files, amc.png, open, options visualizer, insert, image overcells, Google Drive, brand assets, third party, AMC. There it is. Insert. Oh, hello. Looks like we got somebody else inside of the stream. So, hi, my name's Malcolm. And this is Marble Fox Studios. Right now we're just watching the AMC live price action, as well as just working with an options visualizer that I created that takes in all the options data for the upcoming expiration, for the upcoming options expiration. And we filter that down to calls. We figure out the percent jump, which is put into this dashboard. So this essentially gives us a view of like at what price levels we can really expect to start seeing some gamma squeezing as market makers start to hedge. And it looks like they left, so for the one person who's still here, thank you. Okay, let's move this up into this corner. All right. Okay, I think, and let's actually expand this out a bit. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is much more digestible. Yeah, because now I can just take a picture of this and send it out to Twitter. All right, and let's do that, because I'm actually pretty comfortable with this. And let's actually refresh, just to make sure we have the latest data. Finished the script. Okay. Oh, yeah, and actually one last thing that I want to do is, and you'll find this interesting, that I can actually set this up so that I don't manually have to hit refresh options whenever I go to take care of this at the end of the day. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a trigger that will automatically keep it up to date for us. And triggers are right here. And I want to add a trigger. And I want to run get options. And I want the event source to be time driven. And I want a day timer. And the time of day I want this to run is from 5 to 6. I don't, my time. I'm in mountain time. Time driven from calendar. Oh, from like a calendar. Let's see what an hour timer looks like. I don't want every 12 hours. Yeah, I just want a day timer. So from 6 to 7, we will run this. It'll run this automatically. So yeah, so that way after hours close, it'll have the most up-to-date data for that day, and I won't even have to refresh options unless I come in here manually to do it. So yeah, let's tweet this out now. Just finished creating a spreadsheet that creating the options visualization app. Just finished creating the options visualization app. This automatically, or this shows percent jump, or this shows jump percentage, jump percentage from cumulative open call interest for the nearest expiration. This shows the jump percentage from cumulative open call interest for the nearest expiration. And gives us an idea of which price ranges we can expect market makers to hedge delta. It gives us an idea of which price ranges we can expect. magnitude. Ape talk. Ape talk. Gamma squeeze. Gamma squeeze thingy. AMC apes. This is your cheat sheet. Gamma squeezies. Here. Jump percentage from cumulative open call interest for the nearest expiration. Gives us an idea of which price ranges we can expect market makers to hedge delta magnitude. from done. Can always use input from wrinkle bread. It's far from done. I can always use input from wrinkle bread types to improve the data visualization or even adding new features. Live streams. Build together. Make that better. This is a cheat sheet for gamma squeezes. Some data for AMC stuff. Alright, okay, so I've tweeted that out. Let me go to my personal and retweet that. data is provided by Yahoo Finance. What else do I need to disclose? Oh, yes. This app automatically updates once a day. So, be sending out updates. I'll be sending out a screenshot of this in our daily AMC updates. Daily AMC updates. All right. Okay, it is 3:58 my time. That was fun. Let's see, I'm trying to think. Let me pull up the price action here. Oh, hey, it looks like we are on our way back up from the mid-40s. Oh, geez. Okay. That was fun. Because, yeah, literally all I need to do if I want to change this is just change the symbol. So let's see what this looks like for GME. I'm curious. Yeah, and then utilities, refresh options. Boom. All right, that works. Okay. I should make sure that my YouTube link is pinned on my profile. Or I should probably put it in my bio too. Oh, geez. Okay. Let me copy that, edit profile, YouTube. Oh, shoot, I didn't stand up and I didn't get my stand point for the 3 o'clock hour. Well, shucks. Only got like 20 calories left to close for the day. All right, well, let's see. Options visualizer works. Let's check some things off of our list. So to track potential volume as a result of delta hedging, I don't think, but yeah, I think we're done with that for now. And I'm kind of done building spreadsheets for today. So let's jump to, let's leave this site. And I'll just keep my drive open here. Options visualizer, we can close the code for that. And let's go do some technical analysis. Let's do some of that. All right. Okay. So we are actually still, channel has expanded. Yeah, it looks like we're respecting the large wedge here established on the 2nd last week. And it looks like we're still bouncing back and forth between here. So we'll see. Looks like we had a bit of a false breakout. So let me adjust this so that the wedge is more accurate now. 44.90. It's on the 15-minute. Yeah. And so it looks like we'll probably come to a point sometime in the market tomorrow. This will be interesting to watch. Yeah, as it stands right now, I would think it's safe to say we've broken out of, or at least the downward channel has changed a little bit. So, because yeah, this is definitely the big pattern that we're in right now. Yeah, this is the trajectory that we are on, so we'll just keep that here. Let's see. Okay, so the farthest back we go is to the beginning of the second. So let me make sure that all my points are accurate here. There it is. Okay, that is locked down there. And June 2nd is where I'm going to on the 1 minute. June 2nd. Here we go. And where did my purple line go? Come on, where are ya? June 2nd, 3560 is the level we're looking for. Let's go back to auto, 3560. Take it there. Let's come all the way back here. Maybe 6.8. Ah, fetch. It keeps moving whenever I do this. Jeez, it shot at, it was way overshot. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, that was the other one. So let's see, this 44.90. So yeah, this 44.90, that's in the right spot. And then this 3560 got moved. That back. Okay, let's come back. Okay. So now I still want to stay on auto. Let's go to the day chart. Jeez, can't get this to ever work the way that I want it to. I'm just gonna start from scratch. So let's go to June 2nd. 4, 3, 2. Okay, June 2nd, 3560. Let's get a new ray. 3560. All the way to today, which is the 9th, 44.90. All right. And now let's go to the 2nd, 72.62. 77.26, that was our all-time high, I'm pretty sure. 77.26. And it comes down to this. Let's see if that is accurate. Let's move up to the 5-minute. 5 minutes not wide enough. Let's move up to the 10-minute. Still missed the mark. Somewhere in that range is where it went to. Okay, let's move back down to the 1 minute. Come through here, zoom in, enhance. Come to that. Nope, it is that point that we want. And let's come back to 77.26. Where'd it go? Is it this? And of course it gets all jacked up. Back to the 1 minute. Gotta do this right, guys. Frick, where does it go? Where does it go? I have to drag it all the way over here. $77.26, there you are. Now, let's go to auto. Okay, so it's $77.26. Come all the way over to here. And there it is. Touching at the right point still. Holy crap, that took way too long. And actually, now that it's adjusted properly, this actually should be, no, yeah, right there. It's perfect. Okay, so let's zoom out to the 15-minute, make sure that still looks right. There we go, that is accurate. Okay, so that's what we're looking at here. And let's come to this. So let's draw a trend line here. And get rid of this red line. Because yeah, this just, over the past couple days, this just looks like a big bull flag. So we'll see if it breaks out above essentially this purple line, because this is where the wedge was set. So yep, we are literally just in a downward channel wedging into this right here. Ooh. We don't need to make this very complex, just nice and easy to understand. I'm going to add back in some drawings because I'm essentially starting from scratch. So what I need to do is I need to find $10.95 horizontal line at $10.95. And $10.95 is significant only to me, because that's where my entry point was. Yeah, let's change it to that. And then I'm going to pull out my calculator. So then we have 1095. Oh. 1095 times 2 is equal to 21.9. So let's move up to that. 21.9. 2190. And 2190 is significant only to me because that is when my initial investment doubled. And let's multiply this by 2. 43.8. $43.8 also just significant to me because that's where my initial investment quadrupled. Double of the double. And then multiply this by 2. We'll keep going up by 2's. And 87.6, which we have not touched yet. Keyword being yet. 87.6. 87.6. Okay, and this level is significant only to me because at this level I would have octupled my initial investment. And I'm not going to go any higher than that right now because we have not reached those levels yet. Like all-time highs below that got pretty dang close, but not quite there. And I'm just going to keep putting markers just to, and the reason why I'm doing this here is I don't keep my my position in AMC in Webull. I keep it inside of Fidelity, and I don't like looking at my P&L with the price action. But I do like to have an idea of roughly where I'm at. I just don't like looking at the numbers. And so having these markers here kind of tells me like this is how well we're doing, or how well my investment's doing, and significant levels to look for on the way back down after the squeeze. So I've found those helpful. So that way I'm mindful of my investment, but not completely I'm not completely disconnected from my investment. I'm just mindful of it, but I'm not like freaking out because of any like numbers I'm gaining or losing. So let's see. Anything else significant that we should look at? Well, I guess all of the past couple days we've been trading within the entire range that we saw on the 3rd. So let's draw up some Fibonacci here and see if our Italian friend can give us any cool insights. And I'm actually going to do this on the minute chart since I can do all of that on the 3rd. Okay, so here we are. Here's the 3rd. Fibonacci extension. 3766. Oh, come on. Oh, I didn't want to run an extension. I wanted to run just a Fibonacci retracement. So 3766, because yeah, we're definitely in retracement right now. AMC is just taking a multi-day breather before we hop back on the rocket, just waiting to refuel is what we're doing. So 6880, let me change this to a different color, and dash lines. So Now let's zoom out to the 15-minute and kind of look how we've been retracing over the past couple days. All right, so if we look at just today, we mostly just stayed in between these two channels right here, and looks like we bounced right. We broke down, and then now we're just trading inside of this channel. So we are retracing well, and the RSI is on the 15-minute. We're sitting on the downside of it, 39.44. So I wouldn't be. So what I'm looking for right now is really just for us to start to when this wedge comes to a close, to just break up out of it and just begin consolidating in these higher levels of retracement. That's what I'm looking for there, for us to do. Because yeah, you can see that. So this was today. We traded mostly in this channel. And right at the end, they dropped us down into this channel. Yesterday, we were trading in this channel. Well, we started here, but then here, and that was the channel we were in the day before as well. So we are respecting these levels of retracement that were established on the 3rd when we had a really big run up after a really big run down. If we end up breaking below 100% or above 0%, then we'll be looking at retracement established on our really big run up on the 2nd, and we'll be looking for retracement within those zones. But because we're trading all within here, that's more recent, that's what we'll be looking at. Yeah, so that is my thoughts on where we're at for the day with technical analysis. And as far as predictions go, I think that we'll either break up, and I think we might be trading right back in one of these two retracement zones, or we'll just continue trading sideways for tomorrow. I don't think we will. I think trading in the current channel that we're in right now would be very unlikely, since we are due to come out of a wedge either up or down. I don't think it will stay in this channel. And if it breaks down, we'll just trade in this bottom retracement zone and see what happens. Hopefully we get a really strong bounce off of 37. Something worthy to note is, let's go to the day chart so that we can see where we gapped up. So let's look at this. Where do we have gaps? Because we don't have any. We have a gap right here, but we did trade there. But there is a gap, and I think gaps need to be filled after the fact. So there is something that says that, like, if you have a gap up, that the price will naturally eventually want to come back down into this zone right here to fill the gap during trading hours, just to make sure that this wasn't a fluke. And so I think that might be a magnet that's drawing us down. But we'll see what happens when we break out of this pennant that we're in right here. So let's head back to the 15-minute. 30-minute. I like seeing thicker candles, prettier to look at. Yeah, so let me draw out what I think is. Yeah, let me draw out the zones of where I think we'll go. Okay, so this is the bear zone. if we are green, I think we'll probably end up in one of these two channels here. Let's change this to green. All right. Okay, let's take a screenshot of this. Okay. And let's tweet this out. If AMC respects Astro, been looking for a channel like this for a while. Awesome to see coding and TA at the same time. I'm doing something similar with an options visualizer. Do you have a Discord server? Let me check. It's been a while since I've hit up Discord. Let's see, Discord. Let's take a look. Sorry, it's just spinning up. I haven't opened it in a really long time, as you can tell. Oh geez. All right, and you guys are going to see my Discord app, and you're going to see a bit of the kind of stuff I'm interested in here. Let's take a look. Let's move this over to here. All right. So it looks like I did establish a Discord channel, a Discord server. So let me see if this is public. I'm like really inexperienced with Discord, but I do remember that when I got my brand, I grabbed the channel. So Astro, LMAO, you're good. Take a look at my recurring 3-day cycle theory. I think meme stocks are all being shorted one to the other. The script I'm working on is hopefully going to confirm or / deny it. That guy Astro is where the Twitter thread is. Astro, I'll check it out. Let me do that after I tweet this out. So if AMC respects the respects the pennant that it's in, we can expect a major breakout tomorrow. I wouldn't say major breakout. We never know. Volume has been lower lately. We can expect a breakout. And continue to respect, I'm using respect too much, and continue to bounce inside of Fibonacci channels established on what was the third? The third was Thursday. Okay, tweeted, and let me retweet that. out of my personal account. All right, and Astro, let's check you out. Oh, should have gotten a notification, so Josh. Astro, thank you so much for subbing to my professional channel on Twitter. If you don't mind, though, I'll just follow you out of my personal Twitter. So I'll find you there. Let's see, that guy Astro. Cool. All right. Okay, let's see what we got. So if you're curious, since you, I'm not sure how long you've been watching, maybe just like the past couple minutes. So the app that I got here, it's just out of a spreadsheet. It's not like it's not like on my website or anything, because it would take way too. It's just so much faster to build small stuff, get stuff up and running. Have you done much with Google Apps scripts? And while you're waiting to that, I will make sure that my Discord channel is public, or my server is public. Let's see. General, default notification settings, overview. Yeah, so server settings, server name. Yeah, okay. So Astro, I think you might just be able to search for Marble Fox Studios under channels. I think it's publicly available. I have no clue though. Like, I honestly have no clue. Like, I haven't been heavy on Discord, so. Okay, so let's see with Google Apps Script. Google Apps Script is great because it's just literally like JavaScript, Python, all that stuff. I just coded all of this in JavaScript, so the function that pulls in all of this, it's just 123 lines of code, so it's like nothing. And yeah, we can change this to GME if we want to, and just need to refresh the options, and boom, there we go. GME, and you can do this with literally any stock. I can only do this 100 times. I can only run this 100 times a day though. Okay. So, okay. Oh, no, Discord, that's what I wanted to do. So, can you link it? It's the arrow drop down towards the left of the Discord. Invite people. Or send a server invite link to a friend. Hidden, use copy button. Copied, cool. All right, I'm dropping it in the chat. Astro, I have a dev plan on polygon.io. Let me know if you want to use it. Unlimited API calls with REST WebSocket support. That's awesome. I'll check it out. Yeah, let's look at your thread about recurring 3D cycles. Let's check that out. Let's see. Let's go to Twitter, retweets, and Astro, full disclosure, I know like almost nothing about stock options aside from just the bare basics. I haven't traded in options before. I just know that it's significant if we're tracking for gamma squeezes, because I really just started investing back in February. So yeah, I don't have a whole ton of experience at this. And it looks like we got a third viewer in here. Welcome to the channel. This would actually be a really great time since we got Astro and we got some other people in here. I'm Malcolm. I am CEO, founder of Marble Fox Studios, but it is just me right now. Eventually, when this gets some traction, I do plan on expanding the team once I get some funding under this. So I am always looking for people to contribute whatever they can, because whatever we can give to the community together, that's what's going to be good. So what I spend most of my live streams doing is, of course, watching price action on stocks that we're following right now, is notably AMC. And we also build out applications and tools and spreadsheets using code and combining that with code to make really useful applications that can be publicly available to anyone. So just to give you an idea of some stuff that of a couple of the biggest things that I want to work on with the community together, and we can build stuff together inside of this on these live streams, is this first one is an options visualizer. I just finished the minimum viable product today. I'm honestly not sure if this information, the way that it's displayed, is really useful, because I'm not familiar with options. So anybody that is, I am more than happy to take some advice to make it actually useful. Another thing that I'm going to be working on is a portfolio manager to track the value of all investments across all your different brokers. I built something like that for myself back in March, so I know I can do it. I just figured it'd be a lot more fun to build it with people. And then I have a wealth planner that I've already kind of partially built out a minimum viable product for, that is also already publicly available. If we go to wealth management here, like I've already built out a minimum viable product for this. It's kind of, this is just to plan the dissemination of profits that you make after a sale. Really helpful for something like the MOAS that's going to be coming up. And then also a budget planner. So most of the stuff I want to build revolves around stock finances, just managing wealth in general. So Astro, options are a multi-dimensional trade, volatility, time to expiration, and delta. There are more than that, but those are the most critical. You're trying to maximize the peak of each curve's at sell. And if you want to really visualize what's going on with options, add a second line for open interest / volume, whichever one you don't have illustrated already. Astro, let's do that right now. Let's see here. Actually, if you're on, Astro appeared. I think we should be able to just hop on a video call, or just a call so we can talk in real time right here. I think so, at least. Voice channels. General. Oh, cool. Voice channel. There we are. Well, it looks like Discord is not detecting any input from your mic. Let's fix that. Let's visit the settings. Yeah. All right. Input device. Yeah, I want to go to my live streamer microphone and my output device as the MacBook Pro speakers, because that's what I got. Automatically determine input sensitivity, video settings, live streamer cam, test video. There we go. All right, escape. All right, Astro, welcome.
How are you?
Doing good. Good to hear a voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get started on this. So I'll actually let me give you edit access to this. I'll invite
Sure.
you. What's your email?
Let me send it to you.
And yes, send it to me. I'll make sure it's private. I'll move this off screen.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's not that big of a deal. It's just I try not to have those things float around.
Yeah, it's like whereas me, I'm like I got my API keys for this just recorded on a live stream. I'm just like it doesn't matter to me if I'll just sign up with a different email if it gets compromised.
I started working on something. It was like an interface layer between the display driver and OBS that would essentially try to detect any form of API key or email address, or it had like a regex filter to find any secret or confidential data and would blur it through OBS at the driver level. I never had time to completely finish it, but I tried live streaming. I've been frequently trying to live stream over the years, all of my projects, and
that's really cool.
Having API keys jacked because I was too stupid and didn't realize.
Yeah, if I was if I was working on anything like super serious, I would. Geez, I'm so okay. Accepted friend request. Here we go. Let's go back to the channel.
There we go.
And let's see.
There you go.
You got the invite?
Yeah. I just emailed you the email.
Yeah, and
If it shows up, it's whatever. It's
yeah. Did you get the email for the invite to this sheet though? Maybe I need to change the sharing settings.
Not yet. See anything yet?
But yeah, it's having the API keys public. So at the job my current employment situation is really weird. I'm working for equity right now. My other company ran out of funding, and so I'm not getting paid in cash. I'm still working, but they're paying me in stock options, which will be great if we get funding again, but worthless if we go under.
Yeah, my condolences. It gets better.
Yeah, and in the early days, I was working on a DocuSign integration to our application, and it was a Google Drive integration, and I was playing around with the authentication just inside of a personal sandbox environment, so I wasn't messing up. So I wasn't messing with any of the
production shit.
Exactly. And then I got it working, and I was like, great, I got it working. I can just now copy and paste this into the project.
Push the environment keys.
But before I did that, I accidentally committed the changes in my personal sandbox environment to my public GitHub.
And then you committed suicide.
And I committed keys, and I love AWS for this, because literally within probably 10 seconds, I got an automated email from AWS stating like, hey, like, there's some keys that are out on GitHub. You need to get rid of that ASAP. So
I wish that existed however many years ago. Man.
Yeah, I kind of had a heart attack, and my coworker who was head of security, he got the same email. I'm just like, you probably just got this email. I swear I'm on it. I'm taking care of it.
No, I just a couple months ago, I accidentally did a Git. I created a Git repo out of my whole entire desktop and pushed it to my company's, what do you call it? Not repo, but like a collection of repos, or organization, I think is how GitHub coins them.
Okay.
But that had like all of my like tax stuff, my porn, my other code projects, like everything. And so the whole entire dev team was I don't think anybody went through it, but they sure as hell got the email for it.
Yeah.
So yeah, oops.
Yeah, like I had a heart attack when that happened. All right. Did you get an email for the invite to this sheet?
Check it. Yeah. No, I'm not.
Well, okay, yeah, it says it's. Hold on. I gotta go grab your email again because
It's just simplicity applications at gmail.com.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Come on. And I just want to make sure that people can't see this. What the heck? Come on, move it down here. Okay. Is it like collapsed or something now? What's going on? What the heck?
Yeah,
found it. I found it.
Big
Okay.
Sur for you, Mac OS doing the.
There we go.
Stat.
Okay, notify, send, share anyways. Boom, there we go. All right, you're added to the sheet now. I'm actually gonna keep my Discord down here. All right, okay, so here's what we got rocking. So I literally took everything that the Yahoo Finance API gave me and just dumped it into this sheet. The dashboard is...
this is just like JavaScript.
Yeah, it's literally JavaScript. So this calls sheet is just a derivative of this options, and that's what this dashboard is based off of. So if we want to add something to the dashboard, we'll just add it to
database.
Yeah, we'll just add it to this call. So yeah, treat the options as like a database table. Like we don't want to touch it. So
yeah, let's see.
And so just so you know, like currently the available options that we have to us on this sheet as far as series go is we have so strike is our x-axis, % jump is our current series, but we do also have open call interest and cumulative open call interest.
Are you averaging those or just picking one or the other?
It's not an average; it's a cumulative. So what this does, yeah. So we so we take the previous, add it to this, add it to that, add it to that, and so at the end, at the highest strike price, it's just the sum of all the open interest.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah, and we can
look at real quick, because you know the code base way better than I do. I've had 30 seconds exposed to it. You've probably had like 30 hours at least. So,
yeah, I've actually worked in other jobs. I've got hundreds of hours working with Google App Scripts, working with this. What are we looking for?
Great. Is there any way you can throw up a line for compare the volume to the open interest? Open interest is in the options world is how many contracts are currently in use, quote unquote.
Yep.
Anybody that's holding one.
Mm-hmm.
The volume, however, is how many full round trip transactions have happened. So the sale and the exercising of one.
Yeah, because we do have the volume in our sheet right here.
Is there any way that you could just copy and paste whatever the line code is, but just pull it from open interest instead and put them next to each other? Is that something that can be quickly done?
So like in here?
In the on the visual, on the chart.
On the visual? Yeah, so
Is that easy to do?
Yeah, that'll be super easy to do because right now because the call sheet, this filters the options because we've got puts in here too.
Right.
It filters it by calls that are out of the money. That's what the filter on this sheet is. So let's add a volume here, and this builds on this, and this builds on this. So Let's add that here. So let's do volume.
Because
And
the delta between those will be really, really interesting to see.
yeah. Okay, so equals, I want to filter. And what I want to return is the volume. So options H2 through H. And I want to filter this by options B2 through B, where it is equal to call. And I also want to filter it where options P2 through P is equal to false, which is out of the money. Boom. Now we got our volume for each strike price. Wait,
Nice.
that doesn't seem right. 50?
Yeah, that's where it gets really.
Oh, is that right?
There's a good chance. It's not gonna be intuitive.
Because that's open interest volume. So 30. So the call it should just be a copy of this 32,881. Okay, yeah, it's right.
Cool.
That's right. And what you wanted to check the you wanted to do
a line next to it. Yeah.
Okay, on the dashboard now.
Yeah.
Cool.
Because what that'll tell us is one of the theories that's been floating around is that exercising options, deep in the money options, has been a way to it's been a way for people who've been caught on the wrong side of history, so to speak. Is how they've been finagling with the prices to exercise those options, which makes whoever wrote them sell at the strike price. So if they're buying deep in the money calls, then they can buy in mass volume. If the price of AMC is at $60, but there's a bunch of $15 calls, someone is now selling at $15, right?
Yeah.
So if you have a bunch of that happening, you're selling at a much lower price than what actually exists. So you have another means of shorting, so to speak.
Okay, so let's throw this up and let's blow this up so we can take a look at it. Okay, so open call interest is red, volume, and I'm not sure why this is formatting it as dollars because it should be formatting it from the source data. Let me just do other custom formats. I just want a simple, yeah.
Can you make separate y-axes if it's not already doing it?
I'm not sure if you can do that with Google Charts, at least not yet.
Gotcha.
They're probably working on it though.
Gotcha. It's really interesting that you see like an oscillation happening between like
yeah, I have no clue how to interpret this, so
yeah, I'm trying to figure that one out. That's really weird. Huh.
Yeah, the volume, so trend here is that where we have a larger percent jump, yeah, if we could have separate y-axes, that would be incredible. Because that way I could also throw the percent jump on the cumulative here, and that way we can. Right. But if we throw it on here, like you won't be able to see it because of the scale.
Right.
And so, but yeah, it looks like that on this end of the spectrum for the closer strikes, volume is higher than open call interest, but then it flips once we pass 70.
Right. I'm just fucking around with this. Oh, pardon my language.
You're good. No, you're good.
Let's see if there's any other way we can. How? Just see if there's an anomaly of some sort. So weird. Can't add an Where's that intersection at? 70, 75, 76.
Yeah, that's where they cross.
What's the it's the log scale? Huh? That's really fucking cool.
Mm-hmm.
What about moving average? Yeah, they
Yeah, I really love spreadsheets because like let me I'll let me show you just something completely trivial that I did. Let's see, got this, and actually I got a chart here. Yeah, this will be good. You'll get a kick out of this. So this is a chart for how good is Star Wars. And it takes the IMDb ratings for every piece of content and it rates it.
I need the R squared.
Yeah, you can, and I've also got this divided by major characters, so you can see essentially who are the favorite characters. Darth Maul takes the cake.
That is awesome. What about what's it called? What was the third one? What was the title of the third Star Wars with Anakin and him?
Revenge of the Sith.
That, yeah. Why did I know? What are the stats on that one?
Yeah, let's take a look. So score Revenge of the Sith happens after Clone Wars. Revenge of the Sith scores a 7.5 out of 10.
Yeah. That one was solid. It's been forever since I've seen it, but that was a good movie.
It's literally my favorite movie.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's like.
Yeah, it's definitely my favorite movie. I can't tell you how many times I've watched like all of Clone Wars, all of Rebels. Resistance was just awful. Oh.
I was never a fanatic, so to speak, but I loved Star Wars growing up.
Yeah.
So what memories I have of it are very rose-colored, so to speak. But Revenge of the Sith was definitely my favorite.
Yeah, I was super into Star Wars as a kid, but I recently got back into it because Dave Filoni, he's done a great job with the television show content. And now he's executive director over Star Wars for everything. So he's got decision-making power for everything. So that's just going to be, we're like any Star Wars content we're going to get from here on out is going to be like top quality. Because I'm not sure, do you know Dave Filoni?
No. I've heard the name before, but not.
He's the mastermind behind Avatar: The Last Airbender.
That's badass.
Yeah. So
that's badass.
Yeah. He's always been a Star Wars nerd, so he got offered the job and he's like, yes, I'll take it. And he's like, and I'll do it good, because he's probably the biggest fan of us all.
Yeah, well, the biggest fan and
because because have you seen the last season of Clone Wars?
No.
You need to.
Either Avatar or Star Wars.
Yeah, because I'll just pull up this sheet again and show you what you're looking at with that. So we're looking at the chart. So Clone Wars. So this is Clone Wars Season 7. Starts out with a bang because this is the Bad Batch when they get introduced. Then there's a less popular storyline, but the final story arc is literally peak Star Wars. Best Star Wars I've ever seen. It was the last few episodes of Clone Wars.
That's so fucking cool. Just to see it visualized like that.
Right?
Data is just such a crazy thing. Like, it's the more you begin to understand it, the more you realize you don't. And so you start changing your lens to everything, and,
Yeah.
and going from exponential to logarithmic or whatever, and that's
Yeah.
fucking badass.
All right. I am going to. I need to stand up to get my standpoint for the hour, and I'll be.
Yeah, you're good.
I'll be right back.
You're good. You're good. I might have to get back to work here in a couple minutes.
And
but
actually,
if I do, I'll let you know.
actually, to be honest, like I've got a party that I've got to get to, like pretty much right now. I got to order a lift to get there.
Actually, a fucking business convention that starts in an hour that I have to drive an hour north for. So I should probably get out of here soon.
Yeah, no problem. I'll just end. I'm just gonna end the stream here. So. Astro, thank you so much for joining me, and I'm really looking forward to working with you on this. Feel free to actually, if you could, actually no, it won't be hard for me to do. So if you wouldn't mind just making like a separate table or dashboard.
Yeah, I don't want
So.
to mess with what you got going. Anything I change, I uncheck right away.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay, all right. Thanks everyone who is part of the stream today for joining, and we will see you tomorrow. Have a nice day.